is underwritten by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Mississippi and the MyBlue mobile app for people on the go. More at bcbsms.com.
It's quiet go of it here, folks. Looking pretty good. If you do have some plans for the upcoming weekend, we have high pressure firmly in place, giving us the quiet weather. Only some late night and early morning fog to contend with. We'll see some of that rolling into Oxford for the early morning, our low upper 60s. And then a good deal of sunshine through Saturday and Sunday, too. Our weekend highs are in the low 90s. Some of the fog developing in Greenwood for the early morning, a low at 70. Plenty of sunshine as we're heading through Saturday. Looks like for Sunday, too, with highs from the low to mid-90s. Fair weather Natchez for the early morning through Saturday, too, our high low 90s. And sunny on Sunday, the high right at 90 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jennifer Naramore. This is Think Radio.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to week 4 of Friday Night Under the Lights. And tonight, we have a guest. Danny Davis will be here with George Broadstreet as we bring you Friday Night Under the Lights. And good evening, gentlemen. George?
Well, thank you, Chris. It's a new adventure every Friday night. Russ Robinson had one of those out-of-town games tonight. He was at Park Lane. We'll talk about that game a little bit. Danny, you just came from another shootout-type game, Grenada and Clinton, and Grenada, pretty impressive team, apparently.
They were the best team I've seen this year. I tell you what, they were in the 6A title game last year, I believe, with West Jones. Mm-hmm. And there's no reason to believe they will not be back. They've got a running back. I believe his name is McCaleb Taylor, and Clinton absolutely could not stop him. When I left, and that was early in the fourth period, he already had 5 touchdowns and about 240 or 50 yards. They just and actually had a good quarterback. His name was Trusty, and some good receivers. They had a balanced attack, and their defense was very good. I was very impressed.
Yeah, well, we'll be talking about that a little bit later. I think the final there we believe was 55-22, I think.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, just, tonight is the normal Friday night under the lights, a couple of hours worth of Mississippi high school football. We've got Ty Bailey working our phones. Of course, Chris Saxton, who we heard from just a moment ago, our studio engineer. Russ Robinson, the star of the show, off this week. And, of course, Danny Davis helping us fill in. If you'd like to call tonight, tell us about your ball game. It's 1-877-MPB-RING. For the numerically inclined, it's 1-877-672-7464. Looking at Will Watson provides us with our score sheets, and Will just does a marvelous job with this, and it's more statistics, more information you could possibly imagine. There were some ball games last night. There were 112 games scheduled this week, and he identified that there were 27 winless teams left. Well, no, actually, between MHSAA and MAIS, there were 40 winless teams and 35 undefeated teams left. So I always think that's kind of interesting to watch how those numbers shrink as the season goes along.
It really is.
All right, let's go. I'll give you some scores, and there are some interesting games, some of which I don't know you probably haven't heard about, but there's some really interesting games. And let me run through a few scores. Charleston beat West Tallahatchie 52-24. Corinth over Kasuth 35-7. Pascagoula beat D'Iberville tonight 21-7. East Central over North Pike 20-6. Germantown beat West Lauderdale on the road 47-13 was the final there. Mentioned Grenada over Clinton 55-22. And just want to throw in there, I wouldn't say that really takes away from Clinton's amazing game that they won last week against Brandon. It's just that their schedule is just unreal.
It is, and I was looking at that, George, after when the rankings came out earlier this week, and Clinton's got 7 games left, including the one tonight, and 6 of those teams are ranked, and 5 of them were in the top 10.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think anybody plays a schedule like that.
No, it's really tough. But another thing to mention that these are all non-district games.
They are.
That's just one of those things. Gulfport, this was a little bit of a surprise to me. Gulfport at Picayune beat Picayune tonight 41-21. That's a good win for Gulfport.
Sure is.
Hattiesburg beat Biloxi 12-7. Heidelberg shut out Newton 56-0. It was Columbia over Jefferson Davis County 34-24. Lanier has won their fourth game of the year. They defeat Forest Hill tonight 22-6. It was Madison Central, and I get this score. Madison Central at home defeated Northwest Rankin 28-3. That surprises me. Madison Central's got a good defense.
They have a very good defense.
But, Northwest Rankin had gotten off to a really good start.
They have.
Anyway, I'm just a little, surprised that game sounds as lopsided as it was.
Yeah, I thought the game would be closer myself.
Ocean Springs got on the winning track tonight. They beat Natchez 49-16. Noxapater over Okolona 56-6. Tupelo beat Oxford. Oxford's having a kind of a tough start. Tupelo won for their fourth time in they're 4-0. They beat Oxford tonight 34-10 at home. Pearl got on the winning track again tonight. Second win of the year for the Pirates. Well, hopefully we'll hear from Greg Flynn in just a moment.
Greg Flynn is on the phone.
He's on the phone. Okay, well, 22-12 was the final. Pearl won. Let me give you some others of real interest. Petal defeated Hancock 49-7. Raleigh beat Mize 21-14. It was Noxubee County winning over Shannon 55-7. South Panola beat Clarksdale 21-14. Terry beat Vicksburg 28-14. All right, here's one of the games everybody was watching tonight. Brandon edges Warren Central at home 29-28.
Yeah, I figured that was going to be a very good game. It was.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That's two really good quality teams. West Jones over Wayne County 35-6. West Point beat Neshoba Central 21-7. Let me see. Let me skip ahead here. Jackson Prep, no problem with Park Lane winning 48-12. Heritage edged Leak 28-25. Get this one though. MRA at home beats Oak Grove 51-13.
I heard the score, halftime score was like 41-13 or something,
yeah.
and the crowd was, God, that's crazy.
Yeah. Hartfield beat Starkville Academy 58-7. Tri-County over Winston 47-13. There was another one on here, I think. No, I guess the one that I gave you just a moment ago. But anyway, I think that's a really impressive win for MRA. Of course,
sure
I don't think Oak Grove is quite as strong as they've been, obviously, but that's a big win for MRA, especially after they got knocked around by Pulaski a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and last year I think that game went to overtime down at Oak Grove, and Oak Grove pulled it out in overtime. It was very close. It was a good game last year.
Absolutely. All right,
here's Greg Flynn.
Greg, welcome to the show tonight. Let's hear about the Pirates.
Hey, absolutely. What a night. Great bounce back game for Pearl. They get back to 500 at 2-2 with a running win over the Ridgeland Titans at 22-12. You guys had mentioned, but it was all about the rushing attack. The Pirates ran for 249 yards tonight, all on the ground. Much different than last week at Brookhaven when they had 19 yards of total offense.
Wow!
They had to run that same wildcat offense because the starting quarterback Dylan Story still couldn't play again tonight. So they had another week of running this wildcat with Peyton Parks, and tonight it really worked out. What a running game by Jaden Thompson. He had 14 carries for 143 yards, so he had half the rushing yards on his own. So very good night for the Pirates as they put, you don't want to say games don't count, but the warm-up games. Their 4 out of 5 warm-up games are now complete, and they're 2-2 heading into homecoming against Germantown next week, which I heard that score too. They put a good whooping on West Lauderdale. So
Ridgeland was 3-0. Is that correct going into that ball game?
Yeah, no. I tell you what did them in tonight. Those tight 5 turnovers.
Okay.
The two teams combined for 8 turnovers, and if it wasn't for the turnovers, Ridgeland was very balanced. About 120 yards passing and I think around 140 rushing. So they were very balanced, but they just kept turning the ball over. And credit to Coach McDaniel because he's been doing a really, really good job. The future looks bright for Ridgeland as well.
Yeah.
But again, you can't turn the ball over 5 times against anybody and expect to win.
No,
right?
you're not. You're not going to win many games like that. Well, Greg, thanks so much for the report. We look forward to hearing from you next week as the Pirates take on Germantown.
You guys have a great weekend.
All right, you too. Thank you so much.
We've got 2 more callers to try to squeeze
All
in.
right.
So this is Eric Smith.
Eric, you were, I believe, in studio last week with us. Where'd you go tonight?
Had a good time, Bob. Well, I was down here at Richland tonight, but let me tell you, because I told these guys if they'd give me a score, I'd mention them. Pisgah, and that's who we play next week, but the Dragons are undefeated still. They won 39-6 training camp. They reported that score to me, so I'll gladly pass it on.
All right, good.
Now, tonight we play Tallahatchie, another Rankin County rivalry. And on Facebook, I usually get on there and just a quick summary of what I think is going to happen. I predicted a score of 32-30 Richland. Tonight's final was 26-25 Tallahatchie.
Oh goodness.
We had 25 at halftime.
Oh, my. What was the halftime score?
25-12, and we lost 25-26.
Oh, my goodness.
We come out the gate, they run the kickoff back to the 27-yard line. We pop the ball out, scoop and score. Next series, the same kid that scooped and scored is an 8th grader, Daylon Beverly, 8th grader, and he scooped and scored a 27-yard fumble, and then he picked off a 37-yard pick six. In the first quarter, he put us up. I mean, we went up 15-0, and we fell off our wagon. We could not get a snap off to save our lives tonight. If it didn't end when we had the ball, we scored one time, and I think we winded up punting twice. One of them was blocked due to bad snaps, and that's just the story tonight. We laid the ball back here like a quarterback had to go up and rebound and put basketball in a football. That's
Man. Well, who did you say Richland has next week? Is it Pisgah?
We got Pisgah. Undefeated.
Okay.
I think they're 4-0. 4-0. They're playing good football, and we're playing not so good football.
Well, there's a lot of games left, so we hope that Richland kind of bounces back next week.
Yeah, we got a lot of young, so appreciate you taking the call.
Yeah, all right, Eric. Thank you so much for calling in. Eric, Chris, do we have another caller?
Ty Boyles.
Ty Boyles. Ty, Russ is not here tonight, but we appreciate you calling in nonetheless. But what happened with the Crystal Springs Tigers tonight?
We beat Mid-County 21-14. Crystal Springs' first win of the season.
Congratulations.
Was that home or was that away?
That was at Liberty, Mississippi.
Oh, okay. All right. 21-14. I know that just kind of getting that off your back, getting that first win is a good thing. Who do the Tigers have next week?
We have Fort Gibson Blue Wave homecoming next week.
Okay. All right. Well, we look forward to hearing your report, and hopefully you'll have a good homecoming. But good to see. So. Yeah, good to see the Tigers get a win tonight, 21-14 over at Mitt County. All right, Ty, give us your close out there.
Russ, I know you're listening. Go Dogs!
All right, thank you. That's the thing, Ty. We had so many calls, Danny, last week. I mean, Chris will tell you. I mean, we were to the max, and we were not able to slip Ty in there. And I think the Bulldogs would appreciate the little Go Dogs for tomorrow.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
We got a big game against Florida.
That's right.
They need a win the worst way.
They sure do.
Yeah. All right, Chris. I think we're probably good for right now.
Yep,
correct?
Because we're about ready to go to break here.
Got to go to a break. And let me give you some scores. These are Thursday night games, but there were some games of interest. Velma in Jackson. Velma Jackson came and beat Jim Hill 22-14. I think that was at Hughes Field. Hughes Field's been they've renovated Hughes Field.
They have. They've done a lot of work.
New surface. It's a nice stadium
very
now.
Nice.
Humphreys beat McEvans, which is the former Shaw, 36-8, and it was Sebastopol beating Southeast Lauderdale 43-14. All right, I hear the music, and we're on our way out. We'll remind you that more Friday Night Under the Lights will continue in just a few moments. Support for Friday Night Under the Lights comes from College Savings Mississippi, a division of the State Treasury of the state of Mississippi. We'll be back with more Friday Night Under the Lights in just a moment.
Hello, Mississippi! Did you know that the average student graduates college with $30,000 worth of debt? That amount of debt can delay major life milestones, including getting married, buying a home, and starting a family. But don't worry, we've got some good news for you tonight. College Savings Mississippi and Treasurer David McRae can help you reduce or eliminate that debt. Their plans are flexible and affordable. Start saving for as little as $25 today. Visit treasury.ms.gov/college savings to learn more.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket.
I volunteer at a bunny rescue, and with Cricket, my bill is consistent.
Wait, this is huge! A new offer, 5G for $15. You heard it here first. 5G plans starting at $15 a month. Smile, you're on Cricket.
If the money's yours, you should have it. That's why State Treasurer David McRae has returned a record $80 million in unclaimed money to Mississippians, and there's hundreds of millions more, maybe with your name on it. Check the list. Visit www.treasury.ms.gov and see if you have any of the unclaimed money. Each year, banks, utilities, businesses, brokers, and insurance companies turn over millions of dollars to the state because they're not sure who is entitled to the funds. Treasurer McRae has an entire unclaimed money staff waiting to take your claim and return your money. Check the list today. Treasury.ms.gov.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Cricket gives me the coverage I need at a really fair price.
Stop! This came all the way from the top. New offer, 5G plan starting at $15 a month. Let's go! Smile, you're on Cricket.
Commercial roofing, reliable and durable solutions for your business. Residential roofing, protecting your home with quality craftsmanship. Metal walls, custom designs for a modern look. Emergency services. Rapid response to protect your property.
After a recent hailstorm, I needed a total roof replacement. I chose Malone Roofing for the job, and my new roof looks great.
Contact us today for a free inspection. Visit www.ecmalone.com or call 1-833-7-MALONE.
How was Danny's attitude when he was giving y'all that?
Well, Danny was still positive. He just said Grenada was a good football team.
A very good one.
He's right, man. There's no doubt about it. Preseason rankings had Grenada, anywhere from, top 2 to top 3 team in 6A football. They proved that very thing tonight. And it's mainly in the ground game, man. They have a young man by the name of Caleb Taylor. He carried the ball tonight 42 times, over 300 yards.
Oh my gosh! When I left, Ray, it was like when I left, the game was like 28 to 22, and he already had over 200 yards, and I guess he must have done some long running in that fourth period with the final score. But that's one of the best backs I have seen. in a long time. And the guy just gets 5 yards, 10 yards, and every once in a while breaks a long one. And not only that, Ray, the quarterback, Trusty, could throw it. It wasn't just him. They just had a good team in a defense. I mean, I was impressed all the way around with that team. I think they'll be in the 6A title game again.
Yeah, it just goes to show why, Coach Fair, Michael Fair, I believe he's in his second year now at Grenada. He has completely turned that program around. They're going to be a perennial power, man, because not only does he understand that their ground game is potent, he still has kept a really, really strong defense to kind of, give credence to what you want to do offensively. For the Clinton Arrows, we love to run the ball as well, and they just stopped it. They forced us to pass every down, and with the pressure that they continue to apply,
that's right.
The more we got down, the harder it was to kind of get that done, man. Clinton Arrows are definitely going to have to find a way to stop the run game. That's kind of our Achilles heel right now. But once we figure that out, it's like I said, man, once you can beat a team like Brandon, quality competition like that, and score as many points as you did, I truly believe you can be in any game that you played this season.
Yeah. Well, I think so. And George asked me if this takes away from Clinton's win last week, and I said absolutely not. This is a good football team. I was telling George, Ray, we had 7 games left. 6 teams were ranked, and 5 were in the top 10 that remained to play. And another one is right up I-55, a little north of Grenada next week at South Panola. It just doesn't get any easier for the Arrows.
Yeah, man, it'll be a similar game. You know what I mean? South Panola is pretty much the same way. They're still a run-dominant team, but they have added that element of a good, quick pass game with some deep balls when they need it. So if you like what you saw, or if you didn't like what you saw, or rather, if you're, Coach Carr and his defensive staff, then you know exactly what's going to be coming this Friday. So you just got to kind of lock in, man, and ask your young men, is this the process that they want to endure for a second consecutive Friday night? Because South Panola's going to be ready to go. Once they hear how many yards this young man put up from Grenada, they're going to absolutely try to do the same thing. So you just got to shore up that defensive run game.
Yeah, but
okay. You can say, like I said, no reason to freak out.
No, but Ray, it's all going to come down just like last year. You got that Region 2 7A, SEC West, or whatever you want to call it. And, you need to win one or more to get in the playoffs. And I want to tell you what, Germantown is scoring a lot of points. Madison is scoring points, and they got a very good defense. Tupelo is scoring a lot of points, and Starkville, I hadn't heard a score on them tonight, but they're scoring a lot of points. It's going to be just like last year. It's going to be very tough road. Coach Carr is trying to get them ready for region play, and so we got some more tough opponents to play before then.
It'll be a fun ride, man. Like I said, every game you can almost guarantee that you're going to see some highlights. Tonight we saw some lowlights, obviously, but you're going to see a team that I believe is going to get better and better every week. Don't let the score fool you. And did some really good things tonight.
That's right.
You just have to understand you got to bring your best every single Friday to be successful in this league.
All right, Ray, thank you so much.
Thanks, Ray.
We're going to let you loose. We've got some other callers to get to, but appreciate your report, and we'll talk to you next Friday night.
Thank you, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, be safe. All right, do we have another caller right now?
No, right now.
All right.
Get some more scores.
All right, let me give you a few more scores. Let's see. Pascagoula beat D'Iberville 21-7. East Central beat North Pike 20-6. Let's see. I mentioned this one earlier, but it's worth talking about again. Gulfport beat on the road, went to Picayune and won 41-21. Hattiesburg won again over Biloxi 12-7. Heidelberg shut out Newton by the score of 56-0. J.Z. George beat Riverside by the score of 36-14 was the final there. Mentioned Madison Central beat Northwest Rankin 28-3. Let's see. Ocean Springs got on the winning track. Ocean Springs, Danny, they've been really strong the last couple of years. This is their first win of the season. They beat Natchez 49-16.
That's another disciple from Clinton's. When they had Cam Akers, Jake Bramlett was one of the assistant coaches there, along with Blake Pennick, that's at Gulfport now, who was at Ocean Springs. And Ocean Springs had a very good team last year, and kind of surprised. But I think Jake, I still think they're a good team. He'll get it turned around. Good that they got a win tonight.
Right. Stringer beat Puckett 38-17. South Pike over Provine 43-0. Mentioned this one earlier, but Raleigh beat Mize 21-14. Lord Star over Richton 38-6. Let me see here. Seminary over Franklin County 48-0. South Panola, who Clinton plays next week, beat Clarksdale at Clarksdale 21-14. Stone over St. Martin by the score of 28-15. Terry is now 4-0. They beat Vicksburg tonight in Vicksburg 28-14. West Jones, who I think Prep plays later on, maybe next week even, 35-6. They beat Wayne County tonight. West Jones over Wayne County. Look forward to hearing from Jake Wimberly. Hopefully he's going to maybe be calling in this section, or if we don't have get him here, we'll get him a little bit later. But Brandon rebounds from that loss last week at home playing Warren Central. We hope to hear from Reed Vance as well. But 29-28, the final there. That had to be a great game.
That had to be a great game.
Yeah.
And the running back, the great running back Tyson Robinson got hurt last week in the first half against Clinton. I think he had a broke wrist or broken, and I'm not really sure if he played tonight or not.
Okay.
But they got other good running backs too, and just good players. So Brandon could still be in the 7A title game. They're in the district with Oak Grove, and Oak Grove is struggling a little bit. So,
yeah.
They've still got a good chance, to get back to that game this year.
Absolutely. And we were talking about the difference between some of these schools, and of course Brandon's a good sized school, 7A school, pretty good sized school, and they have they're dressing out 110, 112. I mean, that just boggles my mind that in high school that you can. And I know in Russ used to talk about some of the places he used to go to in Ohio and some of those big schools, and they dress out 120. But in Mississippi, that's a lot of kids on one team.
Well, Clinton has between 95 or 98, something like that.
Wow! And
when my son graduated, this last football season was 2002, and they had 55 on the team. And that was a big team back then.
And that was a pretty good team. Yeah, that's exactly right. Let's see.
Jake Wimberly's on the phone when you're ready.
All right. Well, let's go to Jake.
Hang on. He's still talking to Ty.
All right. I assume we've got enough time to talk to him in this segment. I believe we do.
I think we do.
All right. Okay.
They're
having too good a conversation.
Nope, there they go. Okay. Here's Jake.
Jake.
Hey, Jake.
Gentlemen, happy Friday. What's going on?
Yeah,
happy
it's a
Friday,
good Friday night. Tell us about that ball game with Warren Central. That sounds like a real shootout there.
There's going to be a lot of sore kids in them. They really got after each other tonight. And, I tell you, we know about Warren Central, what Josh Morgan's club does, always a really good football team. And, this was a game where Warren Central, get my phone off, struck there, sorry about that. Warren Central, obviously, off 2 Brandon turnovers, went up 10-0 in that ball game. Brandon comes back to score 20 points and goes up 20-10. And, of course, Warren Central fights back. They take the lead in the ball game. And it just back and forth. Brandon's able to hit a field goal late to advance with a 1-point victory. In the ballgame, though, Warren Central played really, really good on the defensive front, caused a lot of problems in the passing game for Brandon. But Tyson Robinson did play for Brandon tonight, the very talented running back,
yes, he is.
Sophomore. Right around 11 carries for about 172 yards and a touchdown. He was able to kind of ice the thing with a couple first downs. C.J. Martin, kind of, as I call it, his yin to yang, alternate running back. He had another really big game, had a big game against Clinton last week. So,
he did.
Dogs turned it over 6 times tonight, able to get out with a 1-point victory. So they're fortunate to get a win tonight.
You said they turned the ball over 6 times and won?
Yeah, 6 times and won. Had 2
incredible.
fumbles, 2 interceptions, and then 2 fourth down plays they did not get.
Well, okay, yeah. I mean, that's hard to do when you turn the ball over that many times, for sure. But I mean, it sounds like, and I know, having seen Brandon and Warren Central play over the years, that's a physical football game.
Sure is.
Oh, it's extremely physical. I mean, you look at Warren Central, that's the kind of game they want to play. Brandon will play physical as well. So the two teams really got after each other. And, you got to tip your hat to Josh Morgan's team. That's a team that's going to go a long way in their side of the bracket in 6A. And you mentioned Grenada, obviously getting over on Clinton tonight. It'll be, West Point, Grenada, those types of teams in that side of the bracket. So they'll win a lot of football games. And, of course, Brandon, they got to go on the road. We take the long road trip to Gulfport to end of non-region play next week.
Well,
Jake, did Shook pretty much go the whole way at quarterback, or did they alternate like last week?
You talk about for Brandon, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, Slayton Shack took most of the snaps
I'm sorry.
tonight. Yeah, he took most of the snaps tonight. Jacob Chancellor, he had a couple series as well. Shack had some good moments. He had some not so good moments tonight. Still kind of that growth pattern for a sophomore quarterback.
Yes, he's got a lot of potential.
All right, Jake, thank you so much.
Thanks,
Jake Wimberly, thanks you for giving us that report on Brandon. We'll talk to you next week as the Bulldogs travel to play Gulfport, who had a big win tonight over Picayune. All right, the music's playing. That means we need to close out this half hour of Friday Night Under the Lights. Remember that support for Friday Night Under the Lights comes from the State Treasury of Mississippi and College Savings Mississippi, the administrators of the Mississippi Affordable College Savings Plan. More in just a moment.
At Mississippi Public Broadcasting, we tell local stories that matter. Educational and entertaining television, radio, news, and podcasts. We have something for everyone. So tune in and enjoy all we have to offer. Every day, MPB. Your stories, our mission.
I was paying too much money in 5G, and then my son suggested that I should try cricket. It was easy to switch.
And we love easy. Yeah! Smile, you're on cricket.
I was paying too much money in 5G, and then my son suggested that I should try cricket. It was easy to switch.
And we love easy. Yeah! Smile, you're on cricket.
Cricket has free Samsung Galaxy phones. Whoa! Free phones? That's 5G. Nationwide coverage.
Pretty good deal.
Smile, you're on cricket.
1 in 10 Mississippians has unclaimed money awaiting claim at the state treasury. There's literally hundreds of millions of dollars waiting to be united with the rightful owner. At www.treasury.ms.gov to search. You'll see your name and stake your claim by following these instructions. You'll be asked for some basic ID like a copy of your license or a government-issued ID, then hit send. Treasurer David McRae has a dedicated unclaimed money team awaiting your claim, ready to return your money. Don't wait. Look for your name and stake your claim today. www.treasury.ms.gov.
Cricket has free Samsung Galaxy phones? What?
Nationwide coverage and lightning fast 5G?
Smile, you're on cricket.
Mississippians love football, and our high schools in South Mississippi like Gulfport, Moss Point, and Ocean Springs stay connected with their students, parents, and community by live streaming events, including football through WSN Live. WSN Live provides your school with everything you need for professional and seamless live streams that are easy for students to run. And your fans can watch online from anywhere on any device. With WSN Live, your school gets the right gear, a rock-solid network, and game-time tech support. Learn more at WSNLive.com.
And we're back. We've got Tommy Upton on the phone for you.
All right, Tommy. You're calling to give us a report on Picayune. Tell us what happened tonight versus Gulfport.
Yeah, tough night for the Tide guys. Started out kind of going back and forth, and then ultimately Gulfport kind of started getting it together, and they just started getting plays in chunks. Just to give you an idea, in the first half stats alone, I'll give you the total stats. The first half stats, Gulfport had 245 yards of total offense, but only on 17 plays. Whereas Picayune had 188 yards of total offense. So not a great disparity in yards, 245 versus 188. But Picayune had 53 plays together, their 188 yards. So it was just 10, 12, 15 yards at a time. Gulfport was able to get chunks. And some of that's missed tackling, quite honestly, and we had our chances. Others just, they spread us out and was able to throw the football around. And, man, they just kind of pushed us around a bit. we run it back in the second half and had a halfback pass and a couple of other nice offensive plays to start to close the deal, but we had an 83-yard touchdown run in the third quarter called back because of a holding call, and it's kind of downhill from that. They scored another touchdown late to end up making it 41 to 21.
Yeah.
It was a little closer than the score indicated, but hats off to them. They got a really, really good football team, and they can get yards in chunks. And I think they're playing Brandon next week.
Who won that game last year between Picayune and Gulfport?
We beat them, I think, 4 years in a row. Don't quote me that, 4 or 5 years in a row. So I had a really good rivalry going with them and have beat them for several years. Had some close games, but we've been able to pull it off. But they certainly got their revenge tonight.
Well, Blake Pennick, the coach, he was Cal Baker's offensive coordinator with Clinton, and then he had a good run at Ocean Springs. He's a good coach, good offensive coach.
Absolutely. They get a lot of athletes. They got 2 really, really good running backs, 6 and 5. Yeah. Both of those kids can go, and my commentator on the play-by-play, he actually said it well. He said, man, they keep giving that kid, he runs it down the field, and he lays it down in the colored grass in the touchdown, just in the end zone, just over and over. That's what he does.
Yeah.
And he did it with like a minute to go. So he doesn't hear the bell. Those guys just go. So that should be a shootout next week. It should be 80 to 78.
It may be.
Yeah.
All right, Tommy, we've got some other callers. We're going to let you go, but thank you. Appreciate that report for Picayune. Talk to you next week.
All right. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
All right.
Reed Vance.
Reed.
Hey, Reed.
Hey, Reed. I guess you're home and probably got the PJs on by now, but we heard from Jake Wimberly. He gave us the Brandon perspective on a very, very physical football game in Brandon. Tell us about Warren Central tonight.
Yeah, it was a great ball game. As he mentioned, a very physical football game. When you turn the ball over 6 times, you don't expect to escape with a win. Brandon did, and you got to give credit to their two things. Number one, Tyson Robinson is the real deal at running back. He's got great footwork, very difficult to bring down, and their young defense makes some plays late. Warren Central, they're going to go as far in the postseason if they get there. They're going to go as far as their defense will take them. Their defense played exceptional ball tonight. They really did. They had a couple of big plays in the first half, but by and large, they made enough plays to get the ball back for Warren Central, but Warren Central never could expand on what was a 2-point lead for most of the second half. And what Warren Central's got to develop is a game with a put-it-away mentality on offense. They had an opportunity and score the extra points that would make it a 2-possession ball game. They could not do it. That's really the thing I think that's keeping Warren Central back. But again, they created some turnovers tonight. Their defense is going to keep them in every ball game, and it was I think what everybody expected out of a game between Brandon and Warren Central was a tough physical football game.
Sure.
Yeah. We've talked about this for several years now, but it used to. Sometimes those non-district games, you played people that you could kind of beat. You don't do that anymore. Most of the schools around here don't do that anymore. They schedule a lot of these kind of cross-divisional games that end up being some really good matchups, but the competition's stiff for sure.
Oh, gosh, yes. Look, Warren Central has played 7A schools only in non-region games for the last 3 years. And they've won most of them, truth be told.
Right.
In fact, Brandon, there's only been 3 schools that have beaten Warren Central in the last 3 years. Callaway in the playoffs last year, Clinton in the first game last year, and Brandon 3 or 4 times. That's it.
Yeah.
They're playing up. That gets you tough for region play. Madison Central's going to be a tough game next week. Then they'll have an off week, and then region play begins, and they'll be favored to win the region, no matter what happens against Madison Central next week. But I think that gets your team, if you're Josh Morgan, that gets your team ready for what is going to be a challenging region, and they should be favored to win it, truth be told. But it also gets you tough and ready for the playoffs.
Reed, what kind of night did Nash Morgan have?
He had an okay night. He got a lot of pressure on him. I think the Brandon defense was in the backfield a lot more. Nash is a good game-managing quarterback. I don't mean that in a negative way at all. He usually makes smart decisions. He made a couple of decisions tonight. I think he would tell you, and coaches would tell you, probably not the best decision. He's not got the greatest arm strength in the world, but he leads the team very, very well.
He sure
and
does.
What he also does well is he gets the ball to different people who can do different things with the football. Warren Central's got 2 legitimate running backs. They've got 2 legitimate wide-out threats. They've got some weapons on offense, but you got to hand it to Brandon. I think that's a pretty young defense, all things told, that we faced tonight. And they made the plays in the second half when Warren Central didn't.
Yeah. All right, Reed, we're going to have to cut you loose. We've got some other people on the line, but thanks for calling in, and we'll talk to you next Friday night.
Thanks, guys. Good to talk with you.
All right.
Harold, talk about Petal.
All right, Harold, I believe, I don't have the score right in front of me, but I believe Petal won big tonight.
We won it big. As you know, last year Hancock come down here and beat us 46-7, but we just added 3 points to it tonight and beat them 49-7. Went 6 possessions in the first half, and scored 42 points. We had 42-7 at the half. Come back and got a third quarter score, and that was your final tonight from Hancock, 49-7.
All right, so that was on the road. That's a big win on the road.
That's a big win on the road.
That was on the road in Hancock. We got another one on the road next week against, and from what I saw tonight with Purvis at Long Beach, and Purvis only beats Long Beach by 15, 49-34. So that's going to be a good ball game against Long Beach next week. That's not going to be a pushover. You know, it'll be a good ball game right there against Long Beach.
Well, I assume that you heard that Oak Grove got beat pretty badly tonight.
I got the word of it here that got handed 51-13. So,
yeah.
And that Brandon, I'm telling you, Jake, and I know Jake's probably listening. Brandon's going to be tough. It's going to be, but we've got 2 more district games to get ready, and then that ball game here on the 11th will be some kind of good. I'm looking for a real good battle.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be something, but we're not looking ahead. We're going to take it, as Coach Boyles always tells us to do, one game at a time. To my staff, again, which I always throw it out to them, Robert and all of them, we've got an excellent bunch of people down here that take care of these students at Petal High School. And but we will get ready for next week. Next week with fall break with Petal, but we will be playing Long Beach next week on the coast again, make that trip down there again. And so, you know, it's going to be interesting to see. You got a lot of great teams. Just like they were talking, Reed was talking a while ago about Warren Central. Hey, do not count Warren Central out. Don't count any of those guys out right now. This is just the start of it. When you get into that district play, that's where you're really going to see who really wants to play, you know, with everything.
Right. That's when
how it goes.
Yeah, that's when it really counts. All right, Harold, we're going to have to let you go, but thank you for the report, and we'll look forward to talking to you next Friday night.
All right, George, tell my man Russ, and hey, good to hear your partner there beside you.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks a lot, man.
You got that good substitute looking there.
All right.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cliff Barker, Tri-County.
All right, Cliff, thank you for calling in, giving us a report on Tri-County. And that's one of these where I don't have the score in front of me, but I recall that they won by a pretty good margin. Tell us what happened.
Well, it was 7-7 at the end of the first quarter, 13-7 at halftime. So a good competitive first half. Some turnovers from Tri-County, just some kind of self-inflicted mistakes. You know, kept it really tight in the first half, but then the Rebels came out and took care of business in the second half and walked away 47-13 before it was over with.
Now, Winston, I believe they were playing Winston, and Winston was 3-1 coming into that game. Is that right?
Yeah, Winston's a 4A team that had gotten a big victory over Lamar, who was supposed to be one of the players in 5A. I think they beat Lamar 35-34, but you know, they were 3-1. Their only loss came first game of the season, so it was a team that was on a 3-game win streak and a district rival, and you know, a traditional, very strong program up there from Louisville. But yeah, Tri-County they really put together a good second half after some struggles in the first half, aided by, you know, had one defensive touchdown in the second half, but overall a pretty good night. A little sloppy offensively, several turnovers, but put it together and took care of business when it counted the second half.
Well, it always seems like Tri-County finds a way to win.
They sure do.
It's just the way it works. All right.
Yeah, they do. They had big nights. They had a kid, Cooper Johnson, had a big night, several touchdowns, and then Peyton Patridge had a pick six and a reception for a touchdown. So it was a good night all in all, and a good district win. And now they got Canton next week, which is not. It's a 3A versus 4A, but Canton's a big cross-county rivalry.
Yeah, it sure is.
All right. Well, we look forward to talking to you next week. Thanks for giving us that report.
Thanks.
Appreciate it, man. See you next week.
All right. Got the music, and we're about to close out another quarter hour here. Support for Friday Night Under the Lights comes from Malone Roofing. Malone Roofing does metal walls, maintenance, roofs. They serve Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, and Florida's Panhandle. Commercial and residential roofing information can be found at ecmalone.com. Back with more Friday Night Under the Lights in just a moment.
At Mississippi Public Broadcasting, we tell local stories that matter. Educational and entertaining television, radio, news, and podcasts. We have something for everyone. So tune in and enjoy all we have to offer. Every day, MPB. Your stories, our mission.
Mississippi football families, have you thought about how you're going to tackle student loan debt? Don't do it on your own. Pass the ball to State Treasurer David McRae and his College Savings Mississippi team today. With College Savings Mississippi, you can lock in today's tuition rate, prepay college, and avoid student loan debt altogether. Don't let your finances get sacked because you didn't invest in your child's education. Visit treasury.ms.gov/college savings to learn more today. See your name and file your claim. Even the smallest counties in Mississippi usually have thousands of people whose names are on the unclaimed money list at the Mississippi State Treasury. That's right. Many counties even have tens of thousands of names listed, totaling tens of millions in unclaimed dollars. Since he's been state treasurer, David McRae has returned a record $80 million to Mississippians who've searched the list, found their names, and staked their claim. About 1 in 10 Mississippians have unclaimed money, and that's why you should check www.treasury.ms.gov or click on Unclaimed Money and search today. If you see your name, file your claim. If it's your money, Treasurer David McRae will get it back to you.
I was paying too much money in 5G, and then my son suggested that I should try cricket. It was easy to switch.
And we love easy. Yeah! Smile, you're on cricket.
I was paying too much money in 5G, and then my son suggested that I should try cricket. It was easy to switch.
And we love easy. Yeah! Smile, you're on cricket.
Cricket has free Samsung Galaxy phones. Whoa! Free phones? That's 5G. Nationwide coverage.
Pretty good deal.
Smile, you're on cricket.
Trusted by homeowners and businesses across the Southeast. Commercial roofing, reliable and durable solutions for your business. Residential.
And welcome back. We've got Melissa Caldwell on the phone to talk to you.
All right, Melissa.
Hi, Melissa.
Give us your report.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we sure can, Melissa. You're calling in about Heritage, right?
Right. Yeah, Heritage 79. I'm going to let a guy that made the call on the live stream tell you all about it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Both teams are 4-1 coming in. Lincoln Academy got a great quarterback, George Wilcox. Back in fourth game, first quarter, Lincoln was up 10-7 at half. It was 14-10 Heritage. With 1:14 left to go, Lincoln scored to make it 32-28. Heritage takes the ball right down the field, and with no time left on the clock, threw a touchdown pass with a quarter of the end zone to win 32 in a ball game that took 3 hours and 24 minutes.
What a ball game!
Well, I had the score earlier, but that wasn't the score I had. But it did have Heritage winning, but they won by 2 points and scored on the last play of the game.
At the buzzer. How often does that happen?
Thompson rigged the ball to Charlie Fowler in the corner of the end zone. Of course, I'm up there in the press box, so I really can't see it.
Yeah. All
It
right.
looked like it took 1,000 years for him to make a decision. And he raised his hands up, and we went.
Everybody went crazy.
I bet they did.
You know, two good teams, both in 5A, MAIS 5A leagues in the Central District and Heritage in the Northern District. So it wasn't a district game, but it was a big game, and I'm pretty sure these two will probably see each other again at some point in November.
Good possibility.
Both these teams are really good team. League, man, they do a great job. They throw the ball all over the place. It's like watching a Mike Leach team. They're all flying around everywhere.
Yeah.
So,
well, thank you for that report, and good to hear that the Heritage and League, good ball game, and Heritage is now 5-1 on the season. Who do they have next week?
just go to Lamar next week.
Okay.
Play Lamar Raiders.
All right.
Another good test on the road. So.
All right. Okay, well, we look forward to hearing from y'all next week. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, man, appreciate y'all. Thank you.
All right, okay. Chris, do we have somebody else next?
Mike Peterson.
All right, Mike. Tell us, you call in from Hattiesburg, correct?
Yes, calling from Hattiesburg.
Yeah, okay. You had a big ball game against Biloxi tonight.
We did. We had our first true road game tonight. Say the Oak Grove is virtually a home game for us. It's 5 miles down the road, but after playing Petal, Law, and then Oak Grove, our three biggest rivals to open the season, had a little bit of a letdown tonight. Came out a little bit flat. Didn't play our best, but good teams find a way to win when they don't play the best, and we pulled out a 12-7 victory tonight.
Well, now that means Hattiesburg is still they're 4-0. They're still undefeated.
We're still undefeated. Go to Summerall next week, but scoring tonight was Javoris Jones had a touchdown run, and our wide receiver Caden Barnett had a 53-yard touchdown run, and that missed both extra points, and that was all the scoring tonight. And for the first time this year, we fell behind. Biloxi came out in the first quarter, went up 7-0, and after that, the Tiger defense shut them out the rest of the ball game. Tigers win it by a final score of 12-7.
Well, following Hattiesburg the last couple of years, it seemed like they've scored a lot of points in some games. But it sounds like the defense this year must be much improved.
The defense is
sounds that way.
Very much improved. We've only given up 24 points. The defense has only given up 24 points all year, which is about an average of six a game right now. So, yeah, the defense wins championship.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know the last time that Hattiesburg started 4-0?
2018. That was the year we went to the state championship before falling to Boston.
Okay. All right, Chris. I think we need to move on, but Mike, appreciate your report, and we'll be talking to you next week.
That's right. Go Tigers.
All right, guys. Have a great weekend, guys.
All right, okay. All right.
We've got Caleb Hamill on and then Tommy Barnett, but Caleb wants to talk about Northeast Jones and South Jones. Here he is.
All right.
Well, I'm going to keep hitting the wrong button. There we go. Now he's here.
All right. Hey, yeah, give us a report on that ball game.
Man, hard to follow up with two of my favorite people, Matt Caldwell and Mike Peterson. But I'm going to do my best here. But Northeast Jones and South Jones was our selection this week of our Jones County Game of the Week. And, boy, did we pick the right one as far as a tight ball game. To walk it through for the final halves of the game, it was South Jones leading 14-7. Northeast Jones breaks out a 65-yard touchdown run to tie the ball game. South Jones then throws an interception on the next drive where Northeast is able to cash in for another touchdown and go from down 7 to up 7 with a little bit of time left in the third quarter. They would end up later getting a field goal to go up by 10 and really put South Jones' backs against the wall at home. South Jones, after a tough loss to West Jones last week, made the game go right down to the wire. We got a touchdown back in this one and go on a foul drive at about a minute and a half left, trailing by 3, 24-21. But with about 30 seconds left, throw an interception when they were in Northeast Jones territory, and that's how the ball game comes to an end tonight. So final score tonight, lower classification, Northeast Jones gets the win over South Jones. They improved to 3-1. South Jones falls to 2-2.
What was the final there?
It was 24-21.
24-21. Okay.
Is that normally a pretty tight game?
Yeah, it's been a back and forth affair. Northeast Jones had a better end of South Jones last year. And I'm gonna tell you, this is a much improved South Jones team. The interception just kind of fit them on some key plays in this one. And the cool thing about all these Jones County teams, if you throw Northeast, West, Laurel, and South all into the hat, it's really interesting because they never play each other in district play. They're all in separate districts.
Yeah.
But they play a lot against each other early on. It really makes for a fun environment here in Jones County. And, boy, what a ball game to kind of close out that beginning part of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your report, and we appreciate you calling in. Call us next week, okay?
All right. We'll be talking about Oak Grove and Laurel.
Yeah, that'll be a good ball game. Thank you so much for that report.
Tommy Barnett, Jay.
Hey, Tommy. Last week, Tommy was in studio with us. We had a lot of studio guests last week. But Tommy, tell us about the Raiders and who they played tonight.
Yeah, well, we had Lamar School from Meridian, so it was Raiders against Raiders tonight at the Brickyard. Good to be back home. It was not a pretty win, but it was a win. Jay with the final 24-13. Really dominated the game and stat-wise. I mean, Jay actually doubled up Lamar in total yards. Actually held Lamar to 0 total yards rushing. And really, the first half, just Jay offense really struggled. Got in the red zone 4 times, guys, and only came away with 3 points. 2 missed field goals and a turnover. And so at the half, Lamar was actually up 7-3. Jay, on the first play of second half, scores on a 52-yard run, and really the rest of it was history. But now we luckily, guys, get a week off to kind of heal up and get some guys back healthy, and then come back and really hit the rest of the conference schedule hot and heavy. Well,
J.A. played prep last week. I know that was a disappointing game. But nice a win tonight for a nice bounce back for the Raiders.
Yeah, this was a game last year, guys. It was one of those deals where Trout beat us twice, and that's what happened last year.
Mm-hmm.
And at the half, it kind of had the same deja vu to it, but the guys responded, and one going away, and now I could get a week off to get rested and get recovered, and then get ready to roll for the remaining, I guess, 4 or 5 games of the year.
Yeah.
Who you guys got up next?
When we come back, we'll have St. Joe at home on the 4th for homecoming.
Okay. Well, that'd be a good game. St. Joe in Madison now, and so that's kind of a little more of a closer rival with J.A. All right, Tommy, we've got to take a break now, but appreciate you calling in, and we'll talk to you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you, George.
All right, Tommy Barnett for Jackson Academy. That's the music. It's the top of the hour. We'll remind you that support for Friday Night Under the Lights comes from Cricket Wireless. Phones, plans, and coverage can be found on their website, which is cricketwireless.com. More Friday Night Under the Lights coming up in just a moment.
At Mississippi Public Broadcasting, we tell local stories that matter. Educational and entertaining television, radio, news, and podcasts. We have something for everyone. So tune in and enjoy all we have to offer. Every day, MPB. Your stories, our mission.
Commercial roofing, reliable and durable solutions for your business. Residential roofing, protecting your home with quality craftsmanship. Metal walls, custom designs for a modern look. Emergency services. Rapid response to protect your property.
After a recent hailstorm, I needed a total roof replacement. I chose Malone Roofing for the job, and my new roof looks great.
Contact us today for a free inspection. Visit www.ecmalone.com or call 1-833-7-MALONE.
People who come to cricket, stay with cricket.
I volunteer at a bunny rescue, and with cricket, my bill is consistent.
Wait, this is huge! A new offer, 5G for $15. You heard it here first. 5G plans starting at $15 a month. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Hello, Mississippi. Did you know that the average student graduates college with $30,000 worth of debt? That amount of debt can delay major life milestones, including getting married, buying a home, and starting a family. But don't worry, we've got some good news for you tonight. College Savings Mississippi and Treasurer David McRae can help you reduce or eliminate that debt. Their plans are flexible and affordable. Start saving for as little as $25 today. Visit treasury.ms.gov/college savings to learn more.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Cricket gives me the coverage I need at a really fair price.
Stop, stop, stop! This came all the way from the top. New offer, 5G plan starting at $15 a month. Let's go! Miles, you're on Cricket.
And we're back, gentlemen. 1 hour down, and next hour to go. So, how about a few scores, George?
All right, and I'll also remind everybody that at the bottom of this hour, we will have our 8-man report, and we'll also have some 8-man scores. We'll throw those in, but scores of other ball games, Corinth defeated Kossuth by the score of 35-7. It was Crystal Springs over Emmett County, 21-14. Pascagoula beat DeIverville, 21-7. Mentioned earlier that Germantown defeated West Lauderdale, 47-13. Gulfport beat Picayune, 41-21. Heidelberg shut out Newton, 56-0. It was Columbia over Jefferson Davis County, 34-24. And you wanted to mention on Columbia, their coach, Lance Pogue.
Yeah, Lance Pogue took the job after Chip Bilderback, played for the state championship against Louisville. His wife is a head basketball coach at Louisiana Monroe, and he wanted to move over closer. And he's at a private school in Monroe. And Lance has got a proven record. He took the job down there. I talked to him after he took it, and they had, last year Columbia beat a couple of 7A teams. They beat DeIverville, which they lost to, and they beat Petal, which they lost to. But a big win over Jefferson Davis, and that's 4A versus 3A. But it sounds like Coach Pogue has got things going in the right way. Just a few miles away, Columbia Academy, a big win, 41-0 over a meet. And one of the assistant coaches for Columbia is Neville Barr, that used to be at Oak Grove.
Right.
So they've got a new head coach. They got a new coaching staff there, and it seems like things are going well for them.
Let me throw in a couple more. Brookhaven over Macomb, 24-14. Madison Central beat Northwest Rankin 28-3. It was, I love to say this, just period. Noxapater over Okolona 56-6. Tupelo beat Oxford 34-10. Pearl won tonight over Ridgeland 22-12. It was Pelahatchie edging Richland 26-25. Petal over Hancock 49-7. It was Stringer beating Puckett 38-17. Mentioned a couple of MAIS scores, and we'll go back to the phones. Jackson Prep won tonight over Park Lane 48-12. And one of the bigger scores of the night that we really haven't talked about much, but MRA at home won over Oak Grove 51-13. Now, the fact that MRA won that game doesn't surprise me. The margin surprises me a little bit.
It surprises me. You saw Hattiesburg had the win over Oak Grove last week, and that's probably the first time in a while. And then they come up here to MRA and just get dominated.
Yeah.
And MRA lost a lot of players, including John White.
At Southern Miss.
At Southern Miss. In fact, he's the backup quarterback for tomorrow's game because there's an injury to Crawford.
Mm-hmm.
And just to be dominated like that's incredible.
Yeah. All right, Chris, can we go to the phones now?
Yeah, we've got Tim Lowe on the phone, and he is Meridian's play-by-play.
Hey, Tim. Thanks for joining us. Tell us about Meridian tonight.
Yes, fourth game of the year for the Cats.
we get back to 2-2. We beat Laurel tonight, 21-0. Pitched a shutout in between the bricks at Hines Stadium. That was after a loss to Starkville last week. I think we lost that one 28-15.
So
just bounced back.
Yeah, the final tonight was 24-0. Was that correct?
21
21-0. Okay. Well, that is a good win for Meridian. I know they got off. I believe they maybe lost their opener of the season, but have won the last couple of. They've won a couple of games now, and even their record at 2-2. So they got to be feeling better about themselves.
Yeah. Well, just a few facts. Of course, we lost to Quitman the first game. Second game went on the road to Biloxi, won that one, and then went on the road to Starkville, lost that one, and then we were on the road at Laurel tonight, and we won that one. We come home next week to play Callaway on a Thursday night. But yes, a big turnaround. You know, Meridian has had 4 head coaches in 5 years. Glad to have Shelton Gandy, and you can see it's kind of turning the corner. But everybody played well tonight. Daniel, his little brother Grant Hill, freshman, played running back tonight. Of course, Daniel's at Alabama, and Grant is just following in his footsteps. Had a huge night. Had about 89 yards on about 17 carries, 1 touchdown for a diaper dandy for a freshman. He's going to be a really, really good one.
You know about Shelton Gandy. With Jeff Bauer years back at Southern Miss, he was one of the leading running backs in Southern Miss history, and a great guy. He was a great selection for a coach.
Yeah, Shelton Gandy, Rashad Gandy. Of course, we kind of took Quitman's staff, and they came to Meridian. And then Quitman, has beaten us the last few years. And that was a big win for Meridian tonight. We've lost to Laurel pretty good the last few years, and, it was good to see the guys pitch a shutout, get the confidence back, and just to hear those scores from Oak Grove, MRA, and everybody else. And, we just know that the region's wide open. We want our spot back.
Right.
Sure is.
Well, thank you for calling in and giving us that report. It's always good to get a report from Meridian, and we appreciate it. And call us anytime, okay?
Thank you very much, sir. You guys have a great night.
All right,
Thank you.
You too. Chris?
Granny.
Okay. Granny, I never know where you're calling, what game you're calling about. Tell us who you went to see tonight.
Well, first of all, how you doing, Danny and George? Y'all doing good?
Great.
We're fine. We're filling some big shoes that Russ always, leaves on the doorstep. But we're doing the best we can and enjoying it, and got a lot of calls, but and a lot of good ball games tonight. Which one did you go see?
Good win by MRA tonight. Good win. Good win for MRA.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I went up the road to about 30 minutes up the road to Lake. They played Choctaw Central tonight.
Okay.
And Choctaw Central won 19-13. They kept the lead the whole game. They scored first, made it 6-0, then made it 13-6 at halftime. And then the play of the game was by a kid from Lake. He received the pass in the flat and took it 70 yards up the Lake sideline. And he cut it to 19-6. They cut it to 19-13. All right, and the Choctaw Central kicker kicked 2 field goals and missed one. He missed 1 field goal that would have put it out of reach with about 3 minutes left. But Choctaw Central, they're a good ball club. They're 4-0 now. Choctaw Central 4-0, and Lake is 1-3. But Choctaw Central is good, and they won 19-13.
All right, 19-13. I remember years ago. It's been a few years ago now. Lake's a 2A school, but they used to get a little more publicity than they do now. They had a good program back a few years ago, as I recall. Won a lot of ball games. But where is Lake, Mississippi?
Close to Forest.
Lake is in Newton, but just inside Newton.
That's right.
Outside Newton County, Scott County line.
Okay, all right.
On Highway 80, Newton County, Scott County line.
Okay.
Is Choctaw Central what used to be Ackerman?
No, that's Choctaw County.
Oh, Choctaw County. Okay.
Yeah, this is Choctaw Central, right there next to the casino in Philadelphia.
Oh, okay. Yes, I know where you're talking about now.
Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. All right, Granny. Well, thank you so much for calling in. You always give us a game that we would have never heard about otherwise.
That's right.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
We appreciate that. Thank you so much for calling in. We'll talk to you next week.
Hey, you guys are awesome. Hey, I appreciate you.
All right, sure thing. All right, I think we're kind of caught up on the calls now. We can kind of fill in, and we've got again the at the bottom of the hour we've got the 8-man report, and we'll check in on that and also give us some scores, and that'll give me a chance to kind of catch up on some scores. Just talking about the landscape here tonight, which games kind of stand out to you?
Well, that Brandon Warren Central game, and I know it's not a region game, but still those are two good ball teams.
Mm-hmm.
And Grenada is a good ball club. Just seeing how the running back how well they were coached, and just an all around team. They were in that 6A game, and I don't remember how handily West Jones had such a good season last year.
Right.
But a good chance to come back, and Madison Central is playing well. Warren Central is playing well.
Yeah.
Germantown is scoring a lot of points.
Mm-hmm.
That Region 2 7A is going to be just a tough region all the way around. And Tupelo is scoring a lot of points too. So it's going to be tough.
Well, Tupelo last year was just blowing everybody away.
They were.
And then I can't remember who they lost to, but they got right in the playoffs. Early on in the playoffs and lost.
They lost to Starkville.
That's right.
Like in a rematch.
That's right.
They beat Starkville during the regular season, and then they lost to them. And also, they got the quarterback back this year. A few years ago, the starting quarterback for Tupelo, I think, went to Boonville. Maybe his family moved there, and they moved back for a senior year.
Uh-huh.
And I think the guy is maybe 6'4", 6'5", or something. Very good, what I hear.
Yeah. Well, one thing that kind of impresses me, and we talk about 7A, and we haven't had that classification very long now.
No.
This is second year, maybe third year,
something like that.
Something like that. But anyway, what impresses me is how some of these really good 6A schools, there's not a whole lot of difference between them and the 7A.
There's not, and that's why Clinton is playing. When you're playing Grenada and South Panola, you might as well still be playing 7A.
7A, yeah.
And Judd Boswell set up the schedule when he's there, and that's what he wanted. He wanted to play tough competition.
Yeah.
And they've got it.
Yeah.
and they got Terry coming up, and I think I heard you say Terry's 4-0. So
yeah, Terry beat Vicksburg 28-14 tonight, and they're no pushover.
No, they're not.
I mean, there are a lot of those schools, in Rankin County. Well, like Florence is having a pretty good season. Terry's much improved over what they used to be. So there is just no. Used to you could look at your schedule and say, you can kind of mark down 3, 4, 5 wins. You can't do that anymore.
No, you can't.
I mean, the competition is just unbelievable.
And the other thing, George, it's hard to believe the season's almost half over.
Oh, I know it. I mean, we were talking about that. I walked in here shortly after 9 o'clock. I was telling Chris, I said, weren't we just here? It seems like this time of year, time between a Friday to a Friday, it just goes by so fast.
It does. And what I think does it when you get to the playoffs, I think does it. Some of the classifications start playoffs before the others do.
Oh yeah, because there's so many.
Well,
because there's not. You got 1A to 7A.
Right.
In 7A, there are only like 32 schools, I
Correct.
think.
Yeah.
But when you get down to some of the smaller classifications, there's so many more schools that you have to have another week or so of the playoffs before it'll all work itself out.
And something interesting last year started, and I think this season too. I think just about every 7A team. The final game is not on a Friday night, on a Thursday night.
It's on a Thursday night. I noticed that too.
To get ready for the playoffs, and Houston didn't do that.
Yeah.
But
I noticed Clinton's last game of the year was against Madison Central.
Yes, and it's on a Thursday night.
It's on a Thursday night.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, anyway, we won't have Thursday night under the lights. We'll do it from Friday, but we'll do something. Let's see. Let me give you a couple of scores. I'm trying to see some ones that we have not mentioned of late. We had, of course, the caller a few moments ago gave us a good report on Meridian shutting out Laurel 21-0. Brookhaven beating Macomb. That's a real kind of, real close ball game. Good rivalry there. Brookhaven won 24-14. Northeast Jones beat South Jones 24-21. Let's see something else I haven't given you in a while. South Pike shutting out Provine 43-0. This was a game I saw. One of the TV stations had a report the other night. Raleigh and Mize.
That was a big game.
Yeah, they're not in the district, but they're both 2A schools.
Yes.
And it seemed like Raleigh ought to play Mize every week, but Raleigh won over Mize. They were both 3-0, but Raleigh won that game 21-14.
Now, are both of those the same classification, or Mize maybe be 1A and Raleigh 2A?
No, according to Will here, they're both 2A now.
Both 2A, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a very good report. I saw the same one you did.
Yeah.
What a rivalry.
Oh, yeah. But, you forget sometimes, some of these schools are 1A, 2A, 3A, but some of them play good quality football. There's no question about that.
Another score earlier was Florence 36, Mendenhall 6.
Oh, good.
Big win for the Florence Eagles.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. All right, we've got to go to a break. We'll be back in just for a moment. We'll remind you that support, again, for Friday Night Under the Lights comes from Cricket Wireless. Phones, plans, and coverage information can be found on their website, which is cricketwireless.com. We'll have more Friday Night Under the Lights coming up in just a moment.
If the money's yours, you should have it. That's why State Treasurer David McRae has returned a record $80 million in unclaimed money to Mississippians, and there's hundreds of millions more, maybe with your name on it. Check the list. Visit www.treasury.ms.gov and see if you have any of the unclaimed money. Each year, banks, utilities, businesses, brokers, and insurance companies turn over millions of dollars to the state because they're not sure who is entitled to the funds. Treasurer McRae has an entire unclaimed money staff waiting to take your claim and return your money. Check the list today. Treasury.ms.gov. Mississippi football families, have you thought about how you're going to tackle student loan debt? Don't do it on your own. Pass the ball to State Treasurer David McRae and his College Savings Mississippi team today. With College Savings Mississippi, you can lock in today's tuition rate, prepay college, and avoid student loan debt altogether. Don't let your finances get sacked because you didn't invest in your child's education. Visit treasury.ms.gov/college savings to learn more today.
I was paying too much money in 5G, and then my son suggested that I should try cricket. It was easy to switch.
And we love easy. Yeah. Smile, you're on cricket.
I was paying too much money in 5G, and then my son suggested that I should try cricket. It was easy to switch.
And we love easy. Yeah. Smile, you're on cricket.
Cricket has free Samsung Galaxy phones. Whoa! Free phones? That's 5G. Nationwide coverage.
What's a good deal?
Smile, you're on Cricket.
Trusted by homeowners and businesses across the Southeast. Commercial roofing, reliable and durable solutions for your business. Residential roofing, protecting your home with quality craftsmanship. Metal walls, custom designs for a modern look. Emergency services, rapid response to protect your property.
After a recent hailstorm, I needed a total roof replacement. I chose Malone Roofing for the job. They delivered top-notch service, and my new roof looks great.
We started looking for
And gentlemen, we are back. So we've got two callers on the phone. We got Ansley Brent to talk about the coast and Joseph Craven to talk about Hartfield. So let's go to Ansley.
Yeah, Ansley.
Hey, Ansley.
We talked to you a couple of weeks ago. Tell us about what happened on the Gulf Coast tonight.
Yes, sir. So I went to Picayune, and where they hosted Gulfport. Now, Picayune's obviously pretty good, back-to-back championships years ago. But actually, Gulfport defeated them for the first time in 5 matchups. So that was a really big win for Gulfport.
Wow.
41-21. So it wasn't just a little slide through. I mean, they dominated. So really excited for Gulfport. They're 3-1 now. Picayune goes to 2-2. Our only team on the coast left that is undefeated, though, is Poplarville, and they defeated another coast team, River Central, who hasn't won yet. But that's okay. Still pretty early. But that score was 41-28. And then another pretty shocking, Bankley defeated George County. So Deuce Knight went down last week, the 5-star Notre Dame commit, and he did not play tonight either. So obviously a big factor, but George County's still a good team, but Bankley just didn't do better tonight. It was 27-24, so just a field goal difference in that game. And then something I really wanted to shout out is Evan Noel. So he is the kicker, 5-star kicker for St. Stanislaus out of Bay St. Louis. And he, I believe it was a 61-yard field goal.
Oh, my.
Made state history, 61 yards.
Wow. That's incredible.
He's Arkansas commit right now, also has offers from Ole Miss and Florida. So the fact that, I mean, he hit, I think, 53 one in week 0. And so I just knew he was just going to keep on creeping. But, I mean, he almost went that whole first down. So
you don't
really,
see many
really
high school kickers that can do that.
Oh, you don't see a lot of college.
No, you don't.
Now, they played past Christian, right?
Yes, they did beat them pretty badly, but I wanted to give Evan his flowers.
Yeah, what was the final of the ball game?
Let's see, past Christian. Let me find that.
Well, that's okay.
We had it.
Yeah, that's okay. But St. Stanislaus won, and what was the kid's name that got the 61-yard field goal?
His name is Evan Noel.
Okay, yeah,
Noel.
Yeah, I've heard that name before.
Yeah.
All right, Angie, thank you so much for calling in and giving us a report. Now, you went to the Gulfport Picayune game, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, all right. So I know you travel around a lot, but did you stay at that one particular game the whole evening?
Correct, because Picayune's over an hour from our
station.
So there's not really anything too close I can grab to.
Right.
But yeah, so if you go to Picayune or George County, that's your only game.
Right. Okay, I understand. That makes perfectly good sense. Listen, thanks so much for calling in. We really appreciate you calling in and giving us some of those Gulf Coast scores that we may not otherwise get. And we appreciate the report, and we look forward to talking to you next week.
Absolutely. Talk to y'all then.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Chris.
Joseph Craven.
Joseph Craven. Joseph Craven is a Hartfield Hawk.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hawk.
That's me. I am, in fact, the Hawk.
Yeah.
Who knew? Yeah. I hope you guys are doing are having a good Friday. I know you're having a good Friday night.
We are.
You're not having to deal with Russ's antics, you know.
Well,
that's right.
You know, the imprint kind of stays with you. I mean, it's just you just never quite get over it. Hartfield is just they're just sort of romping through the schedule, aren't they?
They sure are.
Yeah, that they are. And so what you're looking for every week, and tonight was a home victory. We were under the Pines at home, and it was a 58-7 victory over Starkville Academy. And so when you're in that situation, what you're looking for is obviously the areas in which, you can improve in the, half of football that you're going to be able to get out of your starters. But you're really trying to, you start to get a little bit concerned about the amount of time that the starters have out on the field, because it's just you're getting creeping closer and closer to a matchup against MRA in I think about 3 weeks.
Yes.
You're creeping closer and closer, of course, to Jackson Prep, to JA, to the rest of the district play. Really competitive situations, and you got to get your starters in game shape. The stuff that you can't replicate in practice.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, man, it's a lot of good stuff. Every week, every Friday night, something else looks better. Tonight, the offensive line looks the best it had all season. The last couple of weeks, the running back, K.D. Catchings, who's replacing one of Russ's favorite players from last year, Regis Lowski, who's now at Southern Miss.
Mm-hmm.
K.D. Catchings is a junior running back, and he's looked better and better every week. So you do see improvement there. It just makes it, it's his 6 victories in a row and 6 big victories in a row. And honestly, it just makes it difficult for me to find things to talk about in the second half of the game.
By the way, this is Danny. I was out at Hartfield Tuesday. Matter of fact, my grandson plays on the 5th grade Hartfield team. The first year they could play football. And I was so impressed with the renovation you guys did to the stadium. It's so nice. And of course, I know Coach Craig Bowman personally, and just a great guy, but just really a nice place.
Well, I'm sorry that you have to know Craig Bowman.
I've known him a long time.
Oh yeah, same here. I've known Craig for a while. We actually met because we both worked at Belhaven forever ago. But no, Craig's a great dude. He's great for the program, and you're absolutely right. We've been very, very blessed with a very healthy and active Hartfield community that's been supporting us in not just the stadium renovations, but brand new weight room for our teams to use, and an entire new junior high building. So our 7th, 8th, and 9th grade classes all have a brand new building this year, and we've just been blessed with a generous community as we continue to grow as a school.
That's right. Great program.
Well, tell me, Joseph, who does Hartfield have next week?
Well, we got a program I'm not familiar with next week. I think it's pronounced bye, so I don't know what to do with that. I will actually have the week off.
Oh, okay.
I think it's the first bye week we've had in a couple of seasons. I know we had no bye week last year, and so this will actually be our first time off. But after that, we welcome Oak Forest Academy to our stadium. They'll be in Flowood in 2 weeks. It'll be our homecoming game, and then after that, we're off to the races. It's all the big boys back to back to round out the season. Should be a lot of fun.
Did you keep up with the Southern Miss game last week and read his first play in Division I, and he catches a touchdown. He runs 10 yards, but they said he was out at the 5-yard line. And you're thinking, where's this guy been all season? He goes in one play and catches a pass. Of course, Chris Jones has been doing great things all year. So those guys are really, really going to be good down there. And you guys got more there that are going out this year. So it's a good program, and good to see those guys doing well at the next level.
No question. And we can't be more proud of all of our guys. I think at this point we have, 9 alums that are playing in college, whether it's those two at Southern Miss. We got some in the JUCO ranks. We've got some at Jackson State, at Northwestern State in Louisiana. It's just amazing to see for a 13-year-old school and a team that a football program that I don't think had a winning season until about halfway through our existence, the last 6 years. It's been incredible to watch, and we can't be more proud of those guys that are out there in college now, because they set the foundation for what the kids are doing on Friday nights this season as well.
Well, I got a question for you. Were you surprised at that MRA Oak Grove score?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I'll be honest with you. I'm up in the press box, and I'm watching our game, but I got an eye on my laptop right in front of me with that one going at the same time, and just kind of blown away. And, of course, you try to keep an eye on what MRA, what Prep, what JA, what St. Joe, all the district opponents are doing, because that once you hit district play, it's a completely different season. And those teams are just always, year in and year out, so well coached and execute so well. But that being said, gosh, MRA turned it on, and I think we have them in 3 weeks. And that makes all of us quite a bit more nervous to see. But it should be a great game when that rolls around.
Will that game be at Hartfield?
No, it'll be at MRA this year.
Okay.
Last year, Hartfield, it was at Hartfield, and it was I forget, I think it was 65 to 63.
Yeah, I remember it was a crazy game.
Shootout.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it was must-watch TV, and it will 100% be must-watch TV again this year.
All right.
And I hope you watch it on my streaming network and tune in to me.
All right, Joseph, thanks for the report.
Thanks, Joseph.
Always appreciate your report from Hartfield, and we'll be talking to you soon.
Absolutely, gentlemen. You'll have a good one.
All right, thank you so much. All right, we're almost to the bottom of the hour, and when we get there, it'll be we'll have our 8-man report. We'll also have some 8-man scores after that, and we'll finish up the rest of the half hour. It's been a good show, Danny.
Sure has. A lot of callers tonight.
Yeah, a lot of callers. We're about an hour and a half in. We've got about 30 minutes to go. We'll wrap it up, and we'll talk about all the ball games tonight. A lot of good games. There's one score. And I know Will's listening to me. I have not seen a final on Starkville and Louisville, and we really need to get a final on that.
That's a big game.
So that's a big game. I think the last thing I saw, I believe Louisville was ahead, but Starkville was rallying, and it was late. So I don't know have a final. Somebody's out there can give us a call at 1-877-672-7464 and give us a final on that game.
Yes, that's a big game. It'd be great to hear that.
That's
score.
a huge. They're not in the same division for sure, but that's a big rival.
Yeah, and speaking of Starkville, I was listening to the National Sports Show the other day. Mm-hmm. Luke Altemeyer, the Starkville quarterback, is the starting quarterback for Illinois. The starting quarterback.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and Trey Petty, the quarterback for Starkville last year, went to Illinois.
Okay.
So that's an interesting connection.
That is an interesting connection, and glad to see Mississippi kids kind of all over the place doing well.
That's right.
All right, support for Friday Night Under the Lights comes from the State Treasury of Mississippi and College Savings Mississippi, the administrators of the Mississippi Affordable College Savings Plan. Their website is treasury.mississippi.gov/college savings. We'll have more Friday Night Under the Lights in just a moment.
At Mississippi Public Broadcasting, we tell local stories that matter. Educational and entertaining television, radio, news, and podcasts. We have something for everyone. So tune in and enjoy all we have to offer. Every day, MPB. Your stories, our mission.
Mississippi football families, have you thought about how you're going to tackle student loan debt? Don't do it on your own. Pass the ball to State Treasurer David McRae and his College Savings Mississippi team today. With College Savings Mississippi, you can lock in today's tuition rate, prepay college, and avoid student loan debt altogether. Don't let your finances get sacked because you didn't invest in your child's education. Visit treasury.ms.gov/college savings to learn more today. 1 in 10 Mississippians has unclaimed money awaiting claim at the state treasury. There's literally hundreds of millions of dollars waiting to be united with the rightful owner. At www.treasury.ms.gov to search, you'll see your name and stake your claim by following these instructions. You'll be asked for some basic ID like a copy of your license or a government-issued ID, then hit send. Treasurer David McRae has a dedicated unclaimed money team awaiting your claim, ready to return your money. Don't wait. Look for your name and stake your claim today. www.treasury.ms.gov.
Commercial roofing, reliable and durable solutions for your business. Residential roofing, protecting your home with quality craftsmanship. Metal walls, custom designs for a modern look. Emergency services. Rapid response to protect your property.
After a recent hailstorm, I needed a total roof replacement. I chose Malone Roofing for the job, and my new roof looks great.
Contact us today for a free inspection. Visit www.ecmalone.com or call 1-833-7-MALONE.
I was paying too much money in 5G, and then my son suggested that I should try cricket. It was easy to switch.
And we love easy. 4! Yeah! Smile, you're on cricket.
I was paying too much money in 5G, and then my son suggested that I should try cricket. It was easy to switch.
And we love easy. 4! Yeah! Smile, you're on cricket.
Cricket has free Samsung Galaxy phones. Whoa! Free phones? That's 5G. And nationwide coverage.
What's a good deal?
Smile, you're on cricket.
And welcome back. It is 11:30, and it is now time for our 8-man report.
Welcome to Christian Collegiate Academy. I'm here with Coach Spinks with tonight's 8-man report. This is Clayton Jackson. Coach, what brought you here to Christian Collegiate?
Well, I had a friendship with the coach that was here before, and my family moved down here to be closer to family. And I came on staff and started coaching with him. And unfortunately, in 2020, he passed away. And the head of school, Mrs. Roberts, his wife, asked me if I'd come on and be the head coach here. And I've been here ever since 2020.
What is it that you love so much about the game of 8-man football?
Man, 8-man football is a blast. It's fast. It's just like football, so you don't really miss a whole lot on that, but it's just a lot faster, a lot more scoring points. People can kind of get bored with the scores of football, the low-scoring games, and we tend to put up a lot of points. All 8-man teams do. It's just fun, and it's fun just to watch the guys get out there and succeed.
Tell me why you love this team and this school that you have so much.
Oh, man, look, first of all, with this school, a lot of schools claim to be Christian schools, and I'm not putting them down, but CCA is truly a Christian school with Christian faculty, and they really strive to honor and glorify Christ, and that means a lot to me. I love this team. I love these guys. I've gotten to watch them, come up from, some of them from JV, and some of them, came in early in high school, and they've just worked their tails off throughout the years. I've just seen them develop. They've gotten better. Their buy-in is great. Their attitudes are great. They work hard, and it's just an honor and a joy to coach these guys.
Tell me about some of the obstacles that you may have to overcome with a smaller pool of players as opposed to one of the bigger schools in a town like Gulfport.
Yeah, absolutely. So numbers is always an issue for us, and that's one of the reasons why we play 8-man football is just our numbers aren't great. We have a squad of 20 players, and 3 of those are 8th graders, and 5 of those are freshmen. So, it's always a younger squad. We've got 4 seniors this year, and it's just typically a younger squad throughout the years and smaller numbers. And so, anyway, that's just kind of what we deal with.
Thank you, Coach.
Hey, I enjoyed it. Thanks a lot.
I'm here with 3 Bulldog players. We have a senior who plays the line. It's Carmine Naramore. A senior, Levi Hirams. He plays receiver and defensive back. And CJ Howell, a sophomore running back and linebacker. We'll start with Carmine. And first question for you guys is, why do you guys play football and why do you love it so much?
The reason I love football so much is it's fulfilling to just work hard at something and to succeed with your teammates.
Yeah, I just love to win, get big hits, running the ball with the atmosphere. It's intense. I love that.
The reason why I love football is because I love playing with teammates, and it shows you how to it shows you great sportsmanship and how to build friendships and brotherhoods with your teammates. And I love it because I love the contact of football.
What is it about your team this year that makes you guys connected?
Whenever we're down or something, we can really build each other up and just succeed as a team, especially at practice. If we're having a bad practice, we can all get together and just turn it around.
A lot of us are really friends. A lot of us hang out outside of school. We talk all day at school, so that just helps everything bond together better.
What connects us is most of us are really young, so we build it's time and patience between getting reps in with the team and others outside of school. But mainly, what brings us together is our brotherhood. And I love when we push in the weight room and push outside on the field. We can all translate all that into the game. That's really what I love about football.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. I'm here at Cricket Wireless, our sponsor for Friday Night Under the Lights. I'm here with Bruce. First question for you guys is, what ways do you guys support your community?
Great question. We support our community by working with the United Way, as well as other nonprofit groups like the Boys and Girls Club locally. And what we do, we go out and we find ways that we can help sponsor events, lend support through volunteering. And then also we take our time with going to, let's say, food banks. We volunteer at food banks, as well as, different Thanksgiving, we're going to do vouchers for turkeys. So definitely we do a lot in the community, and definitely we want our brand to stand for the people in the community so they can know that we will support them. So we do a lot of things. Recently we did we did a backpack giveaway. We also did a school supply drive. So we definitely have our hands in the community.
You guys will be here at the game that we are covering on tonight's report. Tell us what you guys are going to be doing at the game.
We're going to be setting up our cool cricket arts so that the team can see that cricket wants them to shine tonight. And also we're going to have different items little swag items that the kids can play with, like sunglasses, bands. And then we're going to be just talking about ways we can help the families out, because we understand it's a hard time economically for a lot of families. So we want to let them know that we have something better that they can come and join our cricket family.
You can try cricket by activating an eSIM. It's a free trial for 2 weeks. You get a temporary phone number, so it's completely on us.
Thank you, guys.
All right, welcome back to the show. That was our 8-man report. I do believe, Chris, we have
Coach Steve Spinks.
Coach Steve Spinks on the line.
He's on.
Good evening, Coach.
Good evening, Coach. Thanks for being with us.
Hey guys, good evening, and thanks for having me on the show tonight.
Yeah. Now tell us a little bit about yourself and your school and how you got to where you are today.
Well, I started coaching when I was 19 years old in New Orleans as a volunteer coach. And just went to school, got my degree. I had several places where I was given opportunities to coach. Was in Jackson for several years as an athletic director and football coach there, and then came down to the coast. I was brought down from my parents getting older, just to be closer to them. And my good friend Joe Roberts, I come coach on his staff, and he gave me an opportunity. And my son played for him. It was just for us, and came on staff full time 3 years ago as athletic director and football coach, and I just really been loving it. Had some good success. Had some really good teams. And it's been a joy. Tonight's a little different. It's a hard night to be on here.
Yeah.
Tonight, I'm just thankful that God gives me an opportunity to do what I do. It's the best job with football.
Well, now your school is in Biloxi, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Gulfport. Okay, all right. Well, I mean, there's a lot of. I assume you got a lot of games left on the schedule. What do you feel like you need to do to get better, to get back on the winning track?
I think our offensive coordinator needs to look at some things and get our scheme right. I mentioned in our the 8-man highlight of the wallet that man should be high scoring, and we're struggling right now to score points. We haven't been the team that we've been in the past few years, and we're finding ourselves place right now. We're not used to this for 1-3 currently, and I'm not proud of that. And that falls on my shoulders. We've got to figure some things out, ways to get better.
Are your opponents in the coast area, or Alabama, Louisiana, or who do you play?
We play teams throughout Mississippi. MAIS has got teams. We played against Ford tonight. They're actually in Boat Loose, Louisiana. So there are some teams in Louisiana as well.
Uh-huh.
We played Silver Bay Academy out of Bay Springs. We played Brookston County Christian out of Woodable. We've got Prentice Christian coming up at Discovery next week, Newton County Academy, and those teams. So we played mostly throughout the state of Louisiana.
Well, Christian Collegiate, here in central Mississippi, a lot of people may not be familiar, with the school. How long has the school been there?
It's our 50th year, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
School's been a while.
Okay. We may have lost him there.
No, I'm still here.
Okay.
Yeah,
we can hear you a lot better now.
We can hear you better now.
Well, Steve, we appreciate you being with us. I know that coming on the show, especially when you've lost a ball game, is kind of not an easy thing to do. But we really appreciate you being with us, and we wish you well the rest of this season.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. It's an honor to be here.
Yeah.
I think y'all.
Well, good luck.
All right, good luck. Thank you very much. That's Coach Steve Spinks of Christian Collegiate Academy. They lost a ball game tonight to Ben's Ford Christian by the score of 30-6. And that's our 8-man report.
Do you have a few 8-man scores?
Yeah,
eight-man scores?
I actually do. Briarfield Academy it remains undefeated. They defeated Tenshaw 36-0. I'll get William Griffin to get me to pronounce that correctly. Discovery Christian defeated Hebron Christian 38-12.
Now, I've heard of Hebron. They're up around West Point.
Yeah,
I've heard of Hebron.
Yeah, there's a lot of these schools that you may have heard.
I thought Hebron was South.
You're thinking of New Hebron.
Oh, am I thinking of New Hebron?
But Hebron is up in the Columbus West Point area.
All right, we'll have to get a map out and do some geography lesson. Newton County defeated Kemper Academy 55-0. Now this was one of the better 8-man games. Porter's Chapel, who's from Vicksburg,
that's right,
defeated Park Place Christian 22-20. Park Place Christian is from Pearl.
Yes, so those are close by here.
2-point margin there. Porter's Chapel won. Prentice Christian over Hillcrest 50-14. And Union Christian over Northeast Baptist, that's from Monroe, Louisiana. That was a 60-27 final. So that's our 8-man segment. We've got one more segment to go. It's been a fast show. And where's the time gone?
Yes, we're almost out of time.
Support for Friday Night Under the Lights, it comes from the State Treasury of Mississippi and College Savings Mississippi. Always want to get that in. They do a great job. And Russ always talks about how beneficial his relationship from the state of Mississippi has been. So we appreciate that, and we've got our last segment coming up. More Friday Night Under the Lights coming up in just a moment.
Cricket has free Samsung Galaxy phones? What?
Nationwide coverage and lightning fast 5G?
Smile. You're on Cricket.
Mississippians love football, and our high schools in South Mississippi like Gulfport, Moss Point, and Ocean Springs stay connected with their students, parents, and community by live streaming events, including football through WSN Live. WSN Live provides your school with everything you need for professional and seamless live streams that are easy for students to run. And your fans can watch online from anywhere on any device. With WSN Live, your school gets the right gear, a rock-solid network, and game-time tech support. Learn more at WSNLive.com.
See your name and file your claim. Even the smallest counties in Mississippi usually have thousands of people whose names are on the unclaimed money list at the Mississippi State Treasury. That's right. Many counties even have tens of thousands of names listed, totaling tens of millions in unclaimed dollars. Since he's been state treasurer, David McRae has returned a record $80 million to Mississippians who've searched the list, found their names, and staked their claim. About 1 in 10 Mississippians have unclaimed money, and that's why you should check www.treasury.ms.gov or click on Unclaimed Money and search today. If you see your name, file your claim. If it's your money, Treasurer David McRae will get it back to you.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket.
I volunteer at a bunny rescue, and with Cricket, my bill is consistent.
Wait, this is huge! A new offer, 5G for $15. You heard it here first. 5G plans starting at $15 a month. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Hello, Mississippi. Did you know that the average student graduates college with $30,000 worth of debt? That amount of debt can delay major life milestones, including getting married, buying a home, and starting a family. But don't worry, we've got some good news for you tonight. College Savings Mississippi and Treasurer David McRae can help you reduce or eliminate that debt. Their plans are flexible and affordable. Start saving for as little as $25 today. Visit treasury.ms.gov/college savings to learn more.
Well, guys, we are here going into the last segment of the night. So, Brandon Shields is on the phone for you, George.
Yes, Brandon. Brandon, we always talk to you right at the end of the program, and we always like to get your expertise. Which ball game did you go to see tonight?
I was at West Point to show the Central.
Okay. And that was a pretty good win for West Point, I think.
Yeah, 21-7. They were up 7. It was a 7-0 ball game. for 80% of the game. Well, 0-0 at the end of the first. So, yeah, West Point they do what they do. Run the ball and play good defense. And it was nothing different. And 212 yards rushing. Yeah. 212 yards rushing. They only gave up 116 yards of offense. The Neshoba couldn't get anything going with offense. They couldn't get out of their own way tonight. Turnovers, penalties, all that stuff. So West Point's defense had a lot to do with it. They played pretty much lights out the whole ball game.
Well, we've given you a lot of different scores of a lot of different games, and I'm sure you've probably caught some of those scores, but is there any one particular score that kind of caught your attention?
Well, obviously, MRA over Oak Grove.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's obviously the MRA throws for over 400 yards. I mean, Oak Grove has negative 6 yards rushing. They have 194-ish passing yards. I mean, MRA's strength of their team is speed on defense. They have overall team.
I think we may have lost him there.
We may have lost him.
There we go. Oh. All right, Brandon, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
I'm driving on Highway 16. I'm in between Philadelphia and Carthage.
I know exactly where you are. That's not good coverage.
So So the defensive speed on MRA's defense is really, really good.
Yeah.
So, I mean, those games with Prep and Hartsfield in October are going to be great. That's
they are.
Looking forward to it. So, some other ones, obviously.
Well, did you?
Some other.
Okay.
Some other scores that stood out to me, Brandon Warren Central 29-28.
Right.
That was Starkville Louisville 42-41. I mean, those two, they always play each other close. I mean, Louisville, first time since 2009, Louisville's beaten Starkville in back-to-back seasons. 2009.
Wow.
That's an interesting stat. So yeah, besides Oak Grove losing, all the ranked teams won, so kind of feel good about that.
Well, I tell you what, Brandon, this is Danny. Of course, I called part of the game before I came up here between Clinton and Grenada, and Grenada very much impressed me. I could see them being back in the 6A title game this year. Very good football team.
Yeah. The report I got, Michaela Taylor, really good running back for Grenada, had 7 touchdowns tonight.
Over 300 yards, yes.
Yeah, over 300 yards total offense. So, yeah. Best player of the week status, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're good. They have the question coming into this year for Grenada was quarterback play. Starting sophomore is Brandon Trusty. So
he looked very good.
Yeah. So, and then of course they have a really good defense, especially in the front seven. That's their strength.
Yes.
On the defensive side of the ball. So that's what. So hopefully Grenada's got a good chance. Obviously, them in South Panola in Region 1 6A is going to be a heck of a 1-2 seeding. Those are the top 2 teams out of that region. So we'll see how it goes.
And then you got Warren Central at 6A also. So it's going to be and Georgia and I was talking about tonight. Sometimes there's not a lot of difference between those 6A teams and 7A teams. Okay, they're all very good.
No, there's not. There's not much difference at all. It's not much difference depth-wise, roster number-wise, or anything. It's just a reclassification thing.
That's right. Few students difference.
Yeah.
Brandon, have you heard anything about reclassification, or is it too early to hear any stories on that?
Well, I hear things, obviously, but you just hear things, but nothing. Can't say anything. There's nothing to say. Nothing really to. I mean, I know all the numbers are submitted. I do know that for the class. So, but as far as like the actual nothing out there.
Well, it usually all comes down to the DeSoto County schools of who's moved up or how many more students have moved into that area, and that kind of sets everything else for 7A, correct?
Now that the Gulf Coast.
And the Gulf Coast, that's correct.
So yeah, be hearing things. West Harrison's on the borderline, St. Martin's on the borderline, schools like that. Hancock's on there too. I've seen that's all the borderline. Pearl could be dropping to 6A. We'll see.
Yes, that's true.
In just in the Jackson area, but up in North Mississippi, like I said, DeSoto County, I mean, Center Hill's on the rise. Center Hill's on the borderline, 6A to 7A. So, what kind of mix and match there? I mean, it's all just assuming, but who knows? I mean, it's a lot of it.
Well, Brandon, thanks so much for your call and your report. I will be looking forward to talking to you next week. Do you know where you're going next week?
That's a very good question.
Yeah. Okay.
The schedule next week, we'll have to wait and see. So.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sure we'll be talking to you next Friday night. Appreciate your report. Be safe traveling home.
Be safe, Brandon.
Yes,
all right. All right. Well, we've got just a couple of minutes left at most. Danny, and he alluded to, I said at the bottom of the hour, we're trying to get that score, and Will Watson sent it to me. Louisville did edge Starkville 42-41. Now, that's impressive for the fact that both of those teams were undefeated. Louisville's 4-0. Louisville's a 4A.
That's right.
Beating a 7A. Now, they played great football at Louisville. I know that.
And didn't the coach leave at Louisville last year after they won the championship? Haven't they got a new coach?
Yeah, I think they do. I'm not 100% sure of that.
And they lose players, and they're still Louisville.
Well, they're still good. I mean, it is sort of interesting how some of these programs, some of these towns, they've changed coaches and different things, but there are just some places in Mississippi where you just know they have a good football team.
Yeah, and we knew that Starkville lost. Trey Petty went to Illinois, and the receiver that went to Mississippi State, not Birdsong, but
I know who you're talking about.
The guy that's good, and then Starkville just reloads.
They always got
the talent, so it's going to. But what a ball game! That must have been 42-41.
Yeah. Well, thank you for being with me tonight.
Well, thank you, George. It was a pleasure. It was fun. It went by in a hurry.
It went by in a big hurry.
And we still got a lot of football left to play. 7A it's got a couple more games before we start Region 7A that only has 5 teams. Got a couple of more games before they start district play, so it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it really will. And I think Russ is off again next week, and I'm not sure who right now is going to be filling in. Do you know?
Kevin.
Kevin
from Bellhaven.
Oh, Kevin Griffin.
Kevin Griffin.
He'll be good.
So we don't want to forget about Dave Shows and all the work, because the ticker that's on our broadcast is part of the Funnel website that Dave helped me. So when we go down, check the website, and Dave continues to post scores till early in the morning.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Chris. Ty Bailey on the phones, Danny Davis, George Broadstreet, Chris Saxton doing our engineer work. We'll be back next week with more Friday Night Under the Lights.